Hello friends, welcome to Let's Crack UPSC CSE English. In our today's lecture, we'll continue with our environment NCERT of class 7. So friends, it's me, Rushikesh Inamdar. Welcomes you all on Unacademy. आज के सेशन में हम जो रिमेनिंग टॉपिक्स है उसके बारे में देखेंगे. Like friends, in last session we have discussed about environment. Yes, so friends, we have discussed about what is environment, even like basic things. The environment word's origin also we have discussed. So anyone can recall or just tell me how we discussed or what is the relation or the link of environment word. Yes, anyone? What is mean by environment? Okay, so friends, the environment, when we are talking about the word origin, so French word environner, yes, environner. The French word environner is the origin of the word environment. So environment meaning neighborhood or surrounding. Then we have discussed about inside our earth. In environment, we have discussed about the lithosphere, atmosphere, biosphere, and hydrosphere in detail. Then friends, yes, this is the definition. Yes, like this is the definition of environment. I'm just talking about the general information for the origin of the word environment. So that is from the French. Now friends, yesterday we have also discussed about the ecosystem in detail. Then like pond ecosystem we have discussed. Then friends, we have also discussed about the inside our earth, where we have discussed about the crust, mantle, inner core, and other things in detail. Then we discussed about the continental crust, oceanic crust. Right. Now, after that, we have discussed about rocks and minerals in details. So friends, igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic rocks. These are the major types of rocks. So, igneous, the word which is originated from the Latin language, that is Latin word ignis, which means fire. Then sedimentary, which again Latin, the origin of the word from the Latin, that is sedimentium, which is meaning the settle down. And third, that is the metamorphic rocks. So metamorphic, the term originated from the Greek word metamorphos, which meaning the change of form. So we have discussed inside our earth in detail. Then we have also discussed about the fossils. Then other types of rocks. Now friends, after that, we have discussed about our changing earth. Like we have discussed about the endogenic forces and exogenic forces. Then lithosphere plates we have discussed. Then volcano, like we have discussed about the origin of earthquake in the a changing earth. Now, after that, we have discussed about the information related to major land reforms, or the, sorry, major land forms, not reforms, it's a major land forms. So friends, today we will continue from the major land forms. So friends, it's my pleasure to welcome you all on Unacademy. You can follow me on Unacademy app through this link, and also you can join our Telegram group using the link provided. So friends, Unacademy is providing UPSC Combat. Now the mega combat scheduled on 8th August morning 11 a.m. So friends, here is the chance to win amazing prizes like iPad mini, Apple AirPod, JBL speaker and Amazon watches. So friends, this combat consisting 56 questions in 60 minutes, where as per your ranks you will get amazing prizes and also scholarship. So you can use code RBI Live to enroll for the combat. Unacademy is providing number of benefits worth rupees 2.3 lakh in discounted price, that is only 57,500. Yes, 57.5 thousand. And friends, here is the reminder that is from 1st August onwards UPSC CSE के जो courses हैं उनके prices increase होने वाले हैं. So there will be price hike on 1st August onwards. So you can enroll yourself before that. Now we will discuss the CSE assured during the session, the mentorship week. Then we are also providing huge discount on combo subscription. That means for the 1 year of plus general studies and optional subscription, you have to pay only 49,680 rupees, and the offer is valid till 2nd August. Then we will also discuss about the test series for the optional preparation, Maha subscription offer, and UPSC comprehensive test during the session. Those aspirants facing financial constraints, dear friends, you can apply for the loan. The link is provided in the description box. So here is the facility of no cost EMI and much more. So friends, study material is also we are providing. So there are iconic and plus subscription. In plus subscription, you will get benefits like live classes, structured courses, unlimited access for live and recorded classes, and weekly tests. Those aspirants now pursuing their graduation और जो भी स्टूडेंट्स 12th एग्जामिनेशन के बाद तैयारी करना चाहते हैं वो आइकॉनिक सब्सक्रिप्शन के साथ तैयारी कर सकते हैं, जिसमें आपको प्लस सब्सक्रिप्शन के सारे बेनिफिट्स और एडिशनली यू विल गेट पर्सनल गाइडेंस, स्टडी प्लानर, study material, experts guidelines and test analysis. Yes, we are also providing 10% discount on our paid subscription. You will get 10% discount after using referral code RBI Live. Now friends, if you will opt this code, then we will guide you, which means personally I'll mentor you for your UPSC CSE journey. So you can connect with us using the referral code RBI Live. So friends, for that, or after using the code, you will get discount, which means for the 1 year of subscription, you have to pay only 44,550 rupees. And for the 1 year of iconic subscription, you have to pay only 67,050 rupees. Yes, friends, you will also get 10% discount using referral code RBI Live on your optional subscription. And also, you can join our new batches from 4th August. So friends, there are prelims score booster MCQ batches for UPSC CSE. We have regular batches like 1 year, 2 year batches. And like we have Tamil batches for UPSC CSE. So friends, let's start today's session. And here is the just reminder Do not forget to enroll yourself for free test series. Here also you can use code RBI Live, unlock the test. So friends, here we'll cover your general studies and current affairs part. So friends, as we are discussing our environment NCRT. Now friends, you can also watch our free lectures on Unacademy app, where you can download the app, use code RBI Live to watch free sessions. So friends, as we have discussed about the environment inside our earth, now we'll continue with the major landforms. So friends, as the landscape is being continuously worn by two processes. One is weathering and another one is erosion. So friends, weathering is the breaking up of the rocks on the earth's surface, whereas erosion is the wearing away of the landscape by different agents like water. So the landscape is being continuously worn away by two processes, that is weathering and erosion. Now we will discuss about the work of river, which means the water. So the running water in the river which erodes the landscape. Now when the river tumbles at steep angle over very hard rocks or down a steep valley side, it forms waterfalls. Yes, see the picture which showing the waterfall. Now, the running water, the river erodes the landscape. So when the river tumbles at steep angle over very hard rocks or down a steep valley or valley side, it forms a waterfall. Now, at river enters the plain, yes, as this river enters the plain, it twists and turns, forming large bends known as meanders. Yes. Now, due to continuous erosion and deposition along the sides of the meander, the ends of the meander loop come closer and closer. So in due course of time, the meander loop cuts off from the river and forms a cut-off lake, which also called an oxbow lake. Yes, see here in the diagram which showing the oxbow lake. So friends, in the due course of the river, yes, the time the meander loop cuts off from the river and forms a cut off lake, which is known as oxbow lake. Now, at times, the river overflows its banks, and this leads to the flooding the neighboring areas. As it floods, it deposits layers of fine soil and other material called sediments along its banks. So this leads to formation of a flat fertile flood plain. Yes. So friends, as it floods, like it deposits layers of fine soil and other materials which called sediments along its banks, and this leads to formation of flat fertile flood plain. So the raised banks are called levees. Yes, The raised banks are called levees. So, as the river approaches the sea, the speed of the flowing water decreases. Yes. Now, as the river approaches the sea, the speed of the flowing water decreases, and then river begin to break up into number of streams, which is called distributaries. Yes. So friends, when the river approaches the sea, then the speed of the flowing water, the speed of the flowing water decreases, and the river begins to break up a number of streams called distributaries. Yes. Now, the river becomes so slow that it begins to deposit its load. Yes. The river becomes so slow so that it begins to deposit its load, and each distributary which forms its own mouth. See, this is the diagram of delta. Now we'll see what is mean by delta. So each distributary which forms its own mouth, and the collection of sediments from all the mouths forms, which is called as delta. So delta is the collection of sediments from all the mouths, which forms, yes, delta. So also the delta, which means a collection of sediments from all the mouths forms, which forms a delta. Now you will ask, is there any example? As we know, friends, we have discussed number of times about the Sundarban Delta. So this is the work of river, we can say. So how it forms Minder, levees, oxbow lake, and floodplains. Now friends, there are thousands of small waterfalls. This is the additional information we should discuss here. There are thousands of small waterfalls in the world. So the highest waterfall is Angel Falls of Venezuela. Yes, the highest waterfall is Angel Falls of Venezuela in South America. And the other waterfalls are Nigeria Falls, which located on the border between Canada and USA in the North America, and Victoria Falls on the borders of Zambia and Zimbabwe in Africa. Friends, these are the famous waterfalls in the world. Now, moving to the next part, the major landforms, like due to the work of a river. Now, after that, we will see the work of sea waves. Yes. So, friends, the erosion and deposition. Yes. And we will discuss the work of sea waves. So friends, the erosion and deposition of the sea waves gives rise to coastal landforms. Yes, the erosion and deposition. Yes, erosion and deposition of sea, which gives rise to coastal landforms. So, sea waves continuously strike at the rocks. Yes, see in the picture, the sea waves continuously strike at the rocks. Now, which is the cracks develop over time, they become larger and wider. Thus, hollow like caves are formed on the rocks. They are called sea caves. Now, as these cavities become bigger and the caves remain, thus forming sea arches or the sea arch. Now, friends, now this cave, like these cavities, we can say, which become bigger and bigger, only the roof of the cave remain, then thus forming sea arches. So further, the erosion breaks the roof and only walls are left. So these wall-like features are called stacks. So this is the formation of coastal landforms like sea caves, sea arches, and stacks. So the steep rocky coast, which rising almost vertically above seawater, is called sea cliff. Now, the sea waves deposit sediments along the shores, forming beaches. Yes, so friends, now the steep rocky coast rising almost vertically above seawater is called sea cliff, and the sea waves deposit sediments along the shore, forming beaches. So this is the work of sea waves. So friends, here we discuss about the work of sea waves like sea caves, sea arches, stacks, and sea cliff. Now after that, moving to the next part, the work of ice. So friends, glaciers are rivers of ice. I hope everyone aware about glaciers. Now friends, the glaciers are rivers of ice. So which to erode the landscape by bulldozing soil and stones to expose the solid rock below. So glaciers carve out deep hollows. As the ice melts, they get filled up with water and become beautiful lakes in the mountains. Then the material carried by glacier, such as rocks big and small, then sand and silt gets deposited. So these deposits which forms glacial moraines. So friends, the material which is carried by glacier, such as rocks, that is big and small, sand, and silt, which gets deposited, and these deposits called glacial moraines. So see the image of glacier. So this is the work of ice. Now friends, after the work of ice, now we'll see the next is work of wind. Now friends, have you visited a desert, or how many of you visited the desert in Rajasthan? Yes. Now friends, an active agent of erosion and deposition in the deserts is wind. So active agent of erosion and deposition in the desert is wind. Now, in deserts, we can see rocks in shape of mushroom. Yes, rocks in shape of mushroom, commonly called mushroom rocks. Now, winds erode the lower section of the rock more than the upper part. Yes, the wind which is erode the lower section of the rock more than the upper part. So therefore, such rocks have narrower base and wider top. Now, when the wind blows, it lifts and transports sand from one place to another. Yes, when the wind blows, it lifts and transports sand from one place to another. Now, when it stops blowing, the sand falls and gets deposited in low hill like structures. So these structures is known as sand dunes. So friends, this structure is known as sand dunes. See the picture given in the slide. Now, when the grains of sand are very fine and light, the wind can carry it over very long distances. And when such sand is deposited in large area, it is called loose. Yes. So large deposits of the looses is found in China. So friends, this is the work of wind in desert area. So when we are talking about erosion and deposition in deserts, the main factor or the agent is wind. In desert, there are rocks like the shape of mushroom, which is commonly known as mushroom rocks. So friends, winds erode the lower section of the rock more than the upper part. So there are structures of the rock like narrower base and wider top. Then when the wind blows, it lifts and transports sand from the one place to another. And when it stops blowing, then the sand falls and gets deposited in low hill like structures, which is known as sand dunes. Yes. So, friends, these are the major forms or the major landforms. Now, we have discussed major landforms like the weathering and erosion, then work of water. We have discussed about falls, floodplains, then work of sea waves like caves, arcs, and stacks, not stocks, it's stacks. Then work of ice, where we have discussed about the glacial moraines, and then work of wind, where we have discussed about the formation of sand dunes due to the wind. Now, moving to the next part, friends, now we will discuss about the air. Yes. Now, friends, now we will discuss about the air. So before that, friends, you can also download Unacademy app. You can search my name Rushikesh Inamdar and you can follow and never miss a class. So we'll give you notification of upcoming lectures. Yes, friends, the special class which will help you to boost up your preparation. These are the interactive classes. There are polls for the learners. Then we are also providing the alerts. You will get schedule of the classes. Study material, that is lecture notes, also you will get, not study material, lecture notes. And the benefit of these special classes, you can watch these classes as per your convenience, which means anytime from any of your devices. So friends, you can watch my recorded special classes. So you can download the Unacademy app, use the code RBI Life to unlock the free benefits and start watching special classes. Now friends, we will discuss next topic, that is air. So friends, our earth is surrounded by a huge blanket of air called atmosphere. Now all living beings on this earth depend on the atmosphere for the survival. Yes, all living beings depend on the atmosphere for their survival, and it provides us the air we breathe and protects us from the harmful effects of the sun's rays. So without this blanket, or without this blanket of protection, we would be kept alive by the heat of the sun during day and get froze during night. So it is the mass of the air that has made the temperature on the earth livable. So we can say this mass of air which is creating the favorable conditions for the living beings. Now, we'll also discuss the composition of atmosphere. Before that, yes, now we will discuss the composition of atmosphere. Before that, friends, we will discuss about the one important information like the carbon dioxide which is released in the atmosphere, which creates a greenhouse. Yes, which creates a greenhouse effect. Now, this greenhouse effect by trapping the heat radiated from the earth. Now, it is therefore CO2 is called greenhouse gas. Now, the earth would have been too cold to live in. And however, when its level in the atmosphere increases, you anthropogenic causes like factory smoke, car fumes. So the heat retent increase the temperature of the earth. So this is called global warming. Okay. This rising temperature causes the in coldest parts of the world to melt, and as a result, the sea level rises. Yes, sea level rises, causing floods. Basically, these floods in the coastal areas. So there may be drastic changes in the climate of a planet or climate of place, leading extinction of some plants and animals in the long run. Yes, the area or a specific area where these changes in climate takes place, which showing the extinction of some natural resources and also plants and animals, so which affects the flora and fauna of the region. Now friends, come to the important part, that is composition of the atmosphere. Yes, now friends, the air we take in while breathing is actually a mixture of many gases like nitrogen and oxygen. Yes, a moment. Nitrogen and oxygen are two gases that which make up the bulk of the atmosphere. So nitrogen are two gases which make up the bulk of the atmosphere. So we can say these are the in major proportion. Now, carbon dioxide, helium, ozone, argon, and hydrogen are found in lesser quantities. Yes, lesser quantities. So these are carbon dioxide, then helium, ozone, then argon, and hydrogen. They are found in lesser quantities. So apart from this, apart from these gases, there are particles present in the air. Yes. Now, we can say that the like in the atmosphere around 78%, oxygen around 21%, CO2 is around 0.03%, argon 0.93%, and others like 0.04%. So nitrogen is the most plentiful gas in the air. When we inhale, we take some amount of nitrogen into our lungs and exhale it. But plants need nitrogen for their survival. Now understand how we are using these gases for the survival. When we inhale, we take nitrogen into our lungs and exhale. But plants need nitrogen for their survival. So they cannot take nitrogen directly from the air. Yes. They are not taking nitrogen directly, which means there are different ways, or like bacteria which that live in the soil and roots of some plants. The nitrogen from the air and changes it form so that plants can use it. So oxygen is the second most plentiful gas in the air. Now, humans and animals take oxygen from the air as they breathe. Plants produce oxygen during photosynthesis. Yes, so constant. So if we cut trees, then this balance gets disturbed. Then carbon dioxide is another important gas, which green plants use carbon dioxide to make their food and release oxygen. So for plants, use CO2. They like their food and they release oxygen into the atmosphere. So humans or animals release carbon dioxide. Amount of carbon dioxide released by humans or animals amount used by the plants, which make a perfect balance. Now, the balance is upset by burning of fuels such as coal and oil. So they add billions of tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere each year. As a result, increased volume of carbon dioxide is the Earth's weather and climate. Now, when we are talking about the like when air is heated, it expands, which become lighter and goes up. So cold air is denser. Yes. So friends, we have discussed about the composition of atmosphere. So the important gases we have discussed, like how nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. Now, when air is heated, it is expands and become lighter and goes up. So cold air is denser than, yes, cold air, which is denser and heavy. That is why it tends to sink down. When hot air rises, cold air from surrounding area rushes there to fill in the gap. So this is no air circulation. So for example, like if we are saying this air, just imagine these are the air particles. Now, when this air is heated, then this it expands and becomes lighter and goes up. Now, here is the cold air, which is denser and heavy. So, when hot air rises, the cold air from surrounding area, which rushes to fill this gap of heated air, then again, this air circulation takes place, air circulation which takes place in surrounding. Now, see the global warming issue, which is a serious concern. There are a number of news or newses in the surrounding area about the global warming. Friends, there are number of concerns when we are talking about industrialization and the development. There are number of reasons or anthropogenic activities responsible for the global warming. Now, friends, after the global warming, now we'll moving to the next part, that is the structure of atmosphere. Yes, structure of atmosphere. So, friends, our atmosphere is divided into 5 layers, starting from the Earth's surface. So, there are 5 layers of our atmosphere. So, these are troposphere. Okay, we'll just write down as per the sequence. Okay, here is the diagram is also there. Now, friends, these layers like troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere. So, friends, TSMTE. So, you can just make mnemonics for your as mnemonics as a tricks. Now, there are 5 layers: troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere. Now, first of all, we will discuss troposphere. So, friends, troposphere, the layer is the most important layer of the atmosphere. Like its average height is 13 kilometer. The air we breathe exists here. So almost all the weather phenomenon like rainfall, fog, hailstorm occur in this troposphere. So the important layer of the atmosphere is troposphere. Now, after the troposphere, we'll discuss about the stratosphere. Before that, so friends, troposphere is the most important layer of the atmosphere. Its average height is 13 kilometer. So the air we breathe, which exists in troposphere, so almost all the weather phenomenon like rainfall, fog, hailstorm occur in this troposphere. Next is stratosphere. Now, the stratosphere, which above the troposphere, which, yes, so above the troposphere, the stratosphere is lies. So it extends up to 50 kilometers. This layer is almost free from clouds and associated weather phenomena. So this stratosphere is almost free from clouds, weather phenomena, and making conditions most ideal for flying aeroplanes. Sorry. Now, friends, one important feature of stratosphere is that if, yes, this stratosphere, which contains a layer of ozone gas, so this layer, stratosphere, which contains a layer of ozone gas. So now already we have discussed how this ozone layer, which protects us from harmful effect of the sun rays. Then next is mesosphere. Now next is mesosphere. So this is the third layer of the atmosphere, which means troposphere, then stratosphere, and after that third layer is mesosphere. This is the which lies above the stratosphere, and it extends up to the height of 80 kilometers. So troposphere, which is extend up to 13 kilometers, stratosphere is 50 kilometers, and mesosphere, which extends till 80 kilometers. So meteorites like burn in this layer on entering from this space. So the meteoroids, meteorites burn up in this layer on entering from this space. After that, thermosphere. In thermosphere, temperature rises. Yes, in thermosphere, temperature rises every rapidly with increasing heights. So ionosphere is a part of this layer. So friends, it extends up to 80 to 400 kilometers. So the thermosphere, which extends up to 400 kilometers. Now, next is this layer, that is thermosphere, which is in fact helps to radio transmission. Yes, radio transmission. In fact, radio transmission or radio waves transmitted from the earth are reflected back to the earth by this layer, which means the thermosphere helps in radio transmission. So, radio waves transmitted from the earth are reflected back to the earth by this layer. After that, exosphere. So friends, exosphere is the upper layer or the uppermost layer of the atmosphere. So this layer is very thin air. So light gases like helium and hydrogen float into the space from this exosphere. So now, troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere. So friends, just recap. Now we're moving from up to downwards. So exosphere, which is the uppermost layer of the atmosphere. So it has very thin air. So the light gases like helium and hydrogen float into this. Yes, float into the space from exosphere. Then thermosphere. So in thermosphere, temperature rises very rapidly with increasing height. So ionosphere is a part of this layer and it extends between 80 to 400 kilometers. Eighty to 400 kilometers. Then mesosphere. So friends, this is the third layer and which lies below the thermosphere and which extends up to the height of 80 kilometers. So meteorites burn up in this layer, and then when they entering from the space, then stratosphere, sorry, yes, then stratosphere. So this is the lies below the mesosphere, and the height of the stratosphere, which is around, which extends up to 50 kilometers. So this layer almost free from clouds. So see in this image, it's shown that this is the stratosphere, which is like this is free from clouds and weather phenomenon, so making conditions ideal for aeroplanes. And one important feature of the stratosphere is it contains a layer of ozone gas. See, it contains the layer of ozone gas which protects us from the harmful effect of the sun rays. And then at the bottom is the troposphere. So this is a layer of the most important layer. Yes, one of the important layer of the atmosphere, troposphere. Its average height is 13 kilometer, 13 kilometer. So the air we breathe exists here, and almost all the weather phenomenon like rainfall, fog, hailstorm occur in this layer. So this way, friends, we have covered the structure of the atmosphere: tropo, strato, meso, thermo, and exosphere. Now, moving to the next part, weather and climate. Now, friends, like when we are watching matches, yes, specifically cricket matches. So, like, due to some weather conditions, there are obstacle, or we can say the fate of one day matches. So, speculating the fate of one day matches due to this, and like weather is something that fiddles with its control knobs. So, weather is this R to R day to day condition of the atmosphere. Weather is a R to R day to day condition of atmosphere, whereas a hot or humid weather may make irritable, so pleasant or breezy weather make us cheerful and even plan for an outing into the pleasant weather. So friends, weather can change dramatically from day to day. However, the average weather conditions of a place for a long period of time represents climate of that place. So average weather conditions average weather conditions of a place for a long period of time represents the climate of a place. So now, as we are getting daily weather forecasts, not climate forecast. Yes. So friends, this is the difference between weather and climate. Now, friends, do you know the fact that is the earth receives only 1 in 20 crore parts of the sun's energy. Now, we'll discuss about the temperature. So, friends, the temperature we feel every day is the temperature of the atmosphere. Now, the degree of hotness and coldness of the air is known as a temperature. Now, the temperature of the atmosphere changes not only between day and night, but also from season to season. Summers are hotter than winters. So, an important factor that influence the distribution of temperature is insolation. So, an important factor that influence the distribution of temperature is insolation. So, insolation is the incoming solar energy intercepted by the earth. So, that's insolation, which is the now the amount of insolation decreases from the equator towards the poles. Now, therefore, the temperature decreases in the same manner. So now you understand why the poles are covered with snow. Now, friends, if the Earth's temperature rises too high, it would become too warm for some crops to grow. Yes, if the Earth's temperature rises too high, it would become too warm for some crops to grow. Now, temperature in cities is much higher than that of villages. So, the concrete and metals in buildings and the asphalt of roads get heated up during the day, and this heat is released during the night. Now, the crowded high-rise buildings of the cities trap the warm air and thus raise the temperature of the city. Crowded high-rise buildings in the cities, they trap the warm air and thus raise the temperature of the cities. So this is the temperature factor. Now moving to the next is air pressure. So friends, before that, we can discuss the weather instruments. So the thermometer, which helps to measuring the temperature, whereas barometer measures the atmospheric pressure, rain gauge measures the amount of rainfall, where the wind vane shows the direction of the wind. Now we will discuss about the air pressure. Before that, friends, the standard unit of measuring temperature is degree Celsius. So it was invented by Andreas Celsius. So on the Celsius scale, the water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius and it boils at 100 degrees Celsius. So degree Celsius is the standard unit of measuring temperature. Now friends, we will discuss about the air pressure. So friends, now you will be surprised to know that air above us presses us in a great force on our bodies. However, we don't even feel it. So this is because of the air presses us from all directions and our body exerts a counter pressure. Now, air pressure is defined as the pressure exerted by the weight of air on the Earth's surface. Yes. So air pressure is defined as a pressure exerted by the weight of air on the Earth's surface. So as we go up the layers of the atmosphere, the pressure falls rapidly. So the air pressure is highest at sea level and decreases with height. So horizontally, the distribution of air pressure is influenced by the temperature of a given place, as we have studied about the air circulation. Now, in areas where temperature is high, the air gets heated and rises. So this creates a low pressure area. So low pressure is associated with so friends, low pressure which is associated with cloudy skies and wet weather. So friends, low pressure area or low pressure is associated with cloudy skies and wet weather. Now in areas which having lower temperature, then the air is cold. So it is therefore heavy. So heavy air sinks and creates a high pressure area. So high pressure is associated with clear and sunny skies. So the air always moves from high pressure areas to low pressure areas. So air which is always moves from the high pressure areas to low pressure areas. We can say vice versa. When we moves to upwards, it's low pressure. Now, so this is the air pressure. Now, friends, we will discuss the wind. Before that, just recap. Friends, air pressure is defined as the pressure exerted by the weight of air on the Earth's surface. So as we go up the layers of atmosphere, the pressure falls rapidly. So friends, on the moon, there is no air, hence no air pressure. Yes, on the moon, there is no air, hence no air pressure. So astronauts have to wear special protective space suits which filled with air when they go to the moon. If they did not wear these space suits, the counter pressure exerted by the body of the astronauts would make the blood vessels burst and the astronauts would bleed. So the counter pressure exerted by the body would make the blood vessels burst. So now friends, wind, the movement of air from high pressure area. Now we'll continue with the wind. The movement of air from high pressure area to low pressure area is called wind. So just remember in one line, the movement of air from high pressure area to lower pressure area is called wind. Wind. Now, friends, we can see wind at work as it blows dry leaves down the pavement or uproots trees during a storm. So sometimes when the wind blows gently, we can even see it blowing away smoke or fine dust. So at times, wind can be so strong that it's difficult to walk against it. Yes, means they exist a too much pressure, which is not easy to walk. So as we have sometimes experienced, it is not easy to hold an umbrella on a windy day. Now, think of some other examples when strong winds have created problems. So, moving to the next part, like friends, we will discuss about the three types of winds. So, winds can be divided into three types. One is permanent winds, second is seasonal winds, and third is local winds. Now, the permanent winds, like so basically the trade winds, then westerlies, easterlies. These are the permanent winds. So these blow constantly throughout the year in a particular direction. Now, seasonal winds, so friends, these winds change their direction in different seasons. For example, monsoons in India. These are the seasonal winds. And now, third one is local winds. Now, these blow only during a particular period of the day. Or in year in a small area. Now, friends, example of local winds like land and sea breeze. So permanent winds, seasonal winds, local winds. Now, So friends, hot and dry local wind of northern plains of India is called Lu. So the hot and dry local wind of northern plains of India is called Lu. So see the picture, that is major pressure belt and wind system, like high pressure and again high pressure area at the poles. So friends, prevailing westerlies, yes, the polar easterlies, then northern trade winds, southeast trade winds. So trade winds are permanent winds. Then southeast trade winds, northeast trade winds, prevailing westerlies, and polar easterlies. So the high pressure at the poles. So friends, these are the major pressure belts and wind system. Now next, after that, after the winds, friends, we will move into the next part, like tsunamis or the cyclones. First of all, we will discuss cyclone. Now, friends, as we know, in India, Odisha state, which is located on the eastern seacoast, yes, eastern coastline, and which is prone to cyclones that originates in the Bay of Bengal. So long back in 1718 October 1998, so 1999, not 1998. In October 1999, cyclone hit 5 districts of Odisha. Then another super cyclone occurred in same month, that is October 1999. So that devastated large proportions of the state. So the damages caused were mainly due to three factors, like wind velocity, then rain and tidal surge. So this damages this caused due to these three factors. Now the winds up to 260 kilometers per hour. Then the same wind velocity lasted for over 36 hours. Now imagine how the cyclone was. So these high velocity winds uprooted trees and damaged the kacha house also. Then rooftops of several industrial sheds and other houses were also blown away. Then power supply and telecom lines snapped completely. Heavy rain occurred under the influence of the cyclone for 3 days. Yes, the heavy rain. Then these rains led to flooding in the major rivers of Odisha. So the cyclonic winds which caused tidal waves that swept 20 kilometers inland and brought massive destruction to the coastal areas. So the 7 to 10 meter high tide wave, yes, tidal wave, 7 to 10 meter high, intruded suddenly and caused massive damage to the standing paddy crops. So we can say the cyclone how damaged. Then friends, the cyclone originated as depression in the Gulf of Thailand. Yes, the location near east of Port Blair. In October 1999, that is 25th October 1999, when the cyclone originated as a depression in the Gulf of Thailand. Here, east of Port Blair. Now, this gradually moved in north-westward direction. So, friends, it intensified into a super cyclone and hit the area between Irasama and Balikuda in Odisha. After 4 days, that is around 29th October in the morning. So, friends, the super cyclone swept the entire coast of Odisha, including the cities of Bhubaneswar and Cuttack and 28 coastal towns. So about 13 million people were affected due to this super cyclone. A large number of livestock were killed. Standing crops of paddy, vegetables, and fruits were heavily damaged. And friends, due to stagnation caused by tidal surge, large tracts of agricultural land have turned infertile. Now imagine how the super cyclone affected Odisha state in 1999. Then large tracts of sal, teak, and bamboo. These plantations have disappeared. So the mangrove forest between Paradip and Konark vanished. So how this super cyclone affected the state of Odisha. Now friends, when we are talking about winds, there are various aspects included in the geography, or even when we are talking about mains, especially in optional also, the important topic you will also study in your optional, those who have geography optional subject. Now friends, after that we'll see moisture. So friends, when water evaporates from land and from different water bodies, it becomes water vapor. So water evaporates from land and water bodies. So it becomes water vapor. Now, moisture in the air at any time, yes, the moisture in the air at any time is known as humidity. Now, friends, when the air is full of water vapor, we call it humid day. So, when the air is full of water vapor, we call it a humid day. Now, as the air gets warmer, its capacity to hold the water vapor increases. So when water vapor, yes, air gets warmer, then its capacity to hold the water vapor increases. Now, And after that, it becomes more and more humid. Now, friends, on a humid day, clothes take longer time or longer to dry, and sweat from our body does not evaporate easily, which making us very uncomfortable. Now, when the water vapor rises, it starts cooling. Then the water vapor condense, causing formation of droplets of water. When water vapor rises, it starts cooling. So the water vapor condenses, causing formation of droplets of water. So clouds are just masses of such water droplets. The clouds are just masses of such water droplets. So friends, when these droplets of water become too heavy to float in air, then they come down as precipitation. So these water droplets becomes too heavy to float in air, then they come down as precipitation. Now friends, jet planes flying in the sky leave white trail behind them. So the moisture from their engines condenses. So we see trails of this condensed moisture for some time when there is no air movement to disturb it. Here is an example of jet planes flying in the air or in the sky. A white trail behind them and the moisture from their engines condenses. Now the moisture from their engines condenses. So we see trails of this condensed moisture for some time when there is no air movement to disturb it. Then precipitation that comes down. Now the precipitation which comes down to earth in liquid form is called rain. Now most of the groundwater comes from rainwater. So plants help preserve water, and when trees on hillsides are cut, rainwater flows down the bare mountains and can cause flooding of low-lying areas. On the basis of mechanism, there are three types of rainfall: the conventional rainfall, convectional, not conventional. convectional rainfall. Convectional rainfall, then orographic rainfall, and cyclonic rainfall. So friends, see the cyclonic rainfall. So basically, rainfall is very important for survival of plants and animals. It brings fresh water to the earth's surface. If rainfall is less, water scarcity and drought occur. So on the other hand, if it is more, then floods take place. The balanced rainfall, or we can say sufficient rainfall, is beneficial. So see the cyclonic rainfall, where warm air moves upwards, then the cold air is shifting to the gap of warm air, but the warm air is responsible for the rainfall, which is cyclonic rainfall. Then relief or orographic rainfall, the moist air and the heat. So orographic rainfall, and then convectional rainfall. So friends, like other forms of precipitation is like snow. Yes, other forms of precipitation are snow, sleet, hail. Now, after moving to the next part, we will discuss about the water. So friends, when we think of water, we think of rivers, waterfalls, the pitter patter of rainfalls or raindrops, and water in our taps. So friends, when the sun's heat causes evaporation of water into vapor, and when the water vapor cools down, it condenses and forms clouds. From there, it may fall on the land or sea in the form of rain, snow, or sleet. So, we can say the process by which water continually changes its form circulate between oceans, atmosphere, and land is known as water cycle. So when the water which continuously changes its form and circulates between oceans, then atmosphere, and land is known as water cycle. So our earth is like a terrarium. Now friends, terrarium means it is an artificial enclosure for keeping small house plants. Terrarium. Now, our earth is like terrarium, and the same water that existed centuries ago still exists today. So the water used to irrigation, or water is used to irrigate a field in Haryana, may have flowed down the Amazon River 100 years ago. So the major sources of fresh water are the rivers, ponds, springs, and glaciers. So the ocean bodies and the seas contain salty water, and the water of the ocean is salty or saline. It contains large amount of dissolved salts, and most of the salt is sodium chloride. Yes. Now friends, like most of the salt is sodium chloride or common table salt that we eat. So when we are talking about water cycle, friends, we have discussed the water it continuously changes its form and circulates between oceans, atmosphere, and land is known as water cycle. Now see the process of evaporation, then condensation, then precipitation, and again the runoff, and again into the seas and oceans. So friends, this is the process of water cycle. Now we'll see the major seas, lakes, and rivers given in the map. to see the major seas, lakes, and rivers. So see like Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal, Caspian Sea, Black Sea, Mediterranean Sea. Then Caribbean Sea, South China Sea, East China Sea, Coral Sea, then Pacific Ocean, North Atlantic Ocean, South Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, Arctic Ocean, and Southern Ocean. So there are also rivers shown in the map, like in India, Ganga, Brahmaputra. In Africa, like Nile, Niger, Congo, Orange. In South America, like Amazon River. So friends, these are the major seas and lakes. Now, friends, we will discuss about the distribution of water bodies. So friends, we all know that the three-fourth of the Earth's surface is covered by water. If there is more water than land on this Earth, yes, if there is more water than land on this Earth, then why number of places in the world facing water scarcity? Yes, the basic question, because like when we are talking about the water presence on the earth, which is the three-fourth of the earth's surface. Now friends, out of this three-fourth part, is all the water available to us, is the question. Now we'll see the distribution of water bodies or water in percentage. Now, first of all, we'll start with oceans. Now, friends, oceans having 97.3% of water, and which is saline. Then ice caps. Friends, ice caps having 2.0%. Then groundwater 0.68. Then freshwater lakes 0.009, not triple zero. It's 0.009. Then inland seas and salt lakes. Yes, inland seas and salt lakes having 0.009. Then see the distribution of water bodies at the manual level. Now, then atmosphere, where 0.0019, and then rivers, which is 0.0001. So how this distribution of water bodies. Now see the percentage of waters or the water distribution into oceans, ice caps, groundwater, freshwater lakes, inland seas and salt lakes, atmosphere and rivers. Now, dear friends, when we are talking about saline, like saline water, salinity is the amount of salt in grams per grams present in 1000 grams of water. Salinity is the amount of salt in grams present in 1000 grams of water. So the average salinity of the ocean is 35 parts per thousand. Yes, 35 parts per thousand. Now, friends, Dead Sea in Israel. Yes, this one. Dead Sea in Israel. Which is, when we are talking about salinity, of 340 grams per liter of water. Yes. So, friends, swimmers can float in it because the increased salt content makes it dense. Now, water is absolutely essential for survival. So water alone can quench our thirst when we are thirsty. So please use these natural resources carefully. Now, there are various parts in the world facing water scarcity. So imagine how it is important natural resource. So we should use it very carefully. Now, yes. Next, now friends will see ocean circulation. So friends, now there is something magical about walking bare feet on the seashore. Now, the wet sand on the beach, the cool breeze, the seabirds, the smell of the salt in the air, and music of the waves, everything is so fascinating. Unlike the calm waters of ponds and lakes, ocean water keeps moving continuously and so it is never still. So the movement that occur in ocean, yes, the movement which occur in oceans can be broadly categorized as waves, tides, and currents. So the movements that occurs in oceans can be broadly categorized as waves, tides, and currents. So friends, 22 March, we celebrated as World Water Day, when the need to conserve water is reinforced in different ways. 22nd March, we celebrating World Water Day. Now friends, see the picture of Pacific Ocean. Now we will discuss about the waves, tides, and currents. So first, we'll discuss about waves. Yes, now friends, basically waves are formed when winds scrap across the ocean surface, and the stronger the wind, yes, the stronger the wind blows, the bigger the wave becomes. Now, so when the water on the surface water on the surface of ocean rises, yes, when the water on the surface of the ocean rises and falls alternately, they are called they are called waves. Now, see the picture is showing. So friends, during a storm, the winds blowing at very high speed form huge waves. These may cause tremendous destruction. So an earthquake, a volcanic eruption, or underwater landslides can shift large amount of ocean water. As a result, a huge tidal wave called tsunami. So friends, so during a storm, the winds blowing at very high speed to form huge waves. So this may cause tremendous destruction. So an earthquake, a volcanic eruption, or underwater landslides can shift large amount of ocean water. So friends, as a result, huge tidal wave formed, which is known as tsunami. So friends, that may be as high as 15 meters. So these waves travel at speed of more than 700 kilometers per hour. So the tsunami of 2000, which caused widespread damage in the coastal areas of India, the Indira Point in the Andaman and Nicobar Island got submerged after the tsunami. So tsunami is a Japanese word which means harbor waves. Tsunami is a Japanese word, and meaning of this word is harbor waves. As the harbors get destroyed whenever there is tsunami. Now, friends, we will discuss the tsunami was heated in 2004. So we can say the harbor wave struck havoc in the Indian Ocean in December 2004. So the wave was the result of earthquake that had its epicenter close to the western boundary of Sumatra. Yes, Sumatra Island. Now, the magnitude, yes, so friends, the earthquake that had its epicenter close to the western boundary of Sumatra. So the magnitude of the earthquake was 9.0 on the Richter scale. Yes, we have discussed about this Richter scale in last session. Now, friends, as the Indian plate went under the Burma plate, there was sudden movement of the sea. Now, the Indian plate, after the earthquake, the Indian plate went under the Burma plate. There was sudden movement of sea floor, causing the earthquake ocean floor was displaced by 10 to 20 meter and tilted in a downwardly direction. A huge mass of ocean water flowed to fill the gap that was being created by the displacement, and this marked the withdrawal of the water mass from the coastline of the land masses in the South and Southeast Asia. So after the thrusting of the Indian plate below the Burma plate, the water mass rushes back towards the coastline. Now, tsunami, which traveled at a speed of about 800 kilometers per hour, that is the comparable to speed of commercial aircraft, and the tsunami which completely washed away some of the islands in the Indian Ocean, like the Indira Point, in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, that mark the southernmost point of India, got completely submerged. Now, as the wave which moved from earthquake epicenter from Sumatra towards the Andaman Islands and Sri Lanka, the wavelength decreased with the decreasing depth of water. So the travel speed also declined from 700 to 900 km per hour to less than 70 km per hour. So tsunami waves which traveled up to a depth of 3 km from the coastline, from the coast, killing more than 10,000 people and affected more than lakh of houses. Yes, lakh of houses. So in India, the worst affected were the coastal areas of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Puducherry, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So friends, while the earthquake cannot be predicted in advance, it is possible to give a 3-hour notice of a potential tsunami. So such early warning systems are in place across the Pacific Ocean, but not in the Indian Ocean. So such early warning systems are in place across the Pacific Ocean, but not in the Indian Ocean. So tsunamis are rare in the Indian Ocean as the seismic activity is less as compared to the Pacific. Now see, here is the picture that showing the destruction caused by tsunami on Tamil Nadu coast. So dear friends, the tsunami that ravaged the South and Southeast Asian coast in December 2004, it is the most devastating tsunami in the last several hundred years. The large damage caused to life and property was primarily a result of lack of monitoring, the early warning systems, and knowledge among the coast dwellers of Indian Ocean. Yes, coast dweller of Indian Ocean. Now, the first indication that tsunami is approaching is the rapid withdrawal of water from the coastal region. Destructive wave. When this happened on the coast, instead of people going to high ground, they started assembling to the coast to view a miracle. As a consequence, there was a large casualty of curious onlookers when the kinetic wave struck. Now, see how people are curious about this dangerous, or we can say the harmful wave. Instead of moving to secured areas, they gathered at seashore to watch these waves. Now, friends, moving to the next part, that is the tides. Now, friends, the rhythmic rise and fall of ocean water yes, rhythmic rise and fall of ocean water twice in a day is called tide. Now, it is high tide when water covers much of the shore by rising to its highest level. It is low tide when water falls to its lowest level and recedes from the shore. So, friends, the strong gravitational force or the strong gravitational pull exerted by the sun and the moon on the earth's surface, which causes the tides. So, the strong gravitational pull exerted by the sun and the moon on the earth's surface, which cause the tides. Now, the water of the earth closer to the moon, yes, the water of the earth closer to the moon gets pulled under the influence of the moon's gravitational force and cause high tide. Now, during the full moon, a new moon days, yes, during the full moon and the new moon days, the sun and the moon and the earth are in the same line, and the tides are highest. Now, but when the moon is in its first and last quadrant, the ocean waters get drawn in diagonally opposite directions by the gravitational pull of sun and moon, resulting in low tides. So these tides are called neap tide and high tides help in navigation. So there is the water level close to the shores. This helps the ships to arrive at the harbor more easily. So the high tides also help in fishing. So many more fish come closer to the shore during the high tide. So this assemble fishermen to get plentiful catch. So the rise and fall of water due to tides is being used to generate electricity in some places. So first of all, we'll understand neap tide. Yes, neap tide. So friends, neap and spring tide. When the moon is in its first quadrant, first and last quadrant, the ocean waters gain from diagonally opposite direction by pull of sun and moon, which resulting low tides. Is called neap tide. And when the sun, moon, and earth are in the same line and the tides are highest, these tides are called spring tides. Now, as using the technology in the various parts, these tides are used for the producing electricity. Now, friends, we will discuss about ocean currents. Friends, ocean currents are streams of water which flowing constantly on the ocean surface in definite direction. The ocean currents may be warm or cold. Generally, the warm ocean currents originate near the equator and move towards the poles. So the warm ocean currents originate near the equator and move towards the poles. So the cold currents carry water from polar and higher latitudes, tropical or lower latitudes. So the Labrador Ocean current is cold current. So Labrador Ocean current is cold current. Why? Gulf Stream is warm current. So the ocean current influence the temperature conditions of the area. Now, warm currents bring about warm temperature over land surface. So the areas where the warm and cold currents meet, which provide the best fishing grounds of the world. Now, seas around Japan and eastern coast of North America are the examples of such places. So the areas where a warm and cold current meet also experience foggy weather, making it difficult for navigation. So friends, the area where the warm and cold currents meet provide the best fishing ground. Yes, best fishing grounds of the world. So seas around Japan and eastern coast of North America are such examples. And these places are experiencing foggy weather, which making it difficult for navigation. Now see the ocean currents. So see the Labrador, that is cold. This is the Gulf Stream, the warm current. Alaska, then California. Now see the North Equatorial current. Then North Pacific drift. Then equatorial countercurrent, south equatorial current. So west wind drift, these are the cold current. Then Peru current, Falkland current, these are the cold currents. Whereas equatorial countercurrent, Brazilian current is warm current. Then western wind drift, Penguilla Current, the North Equatorial Current, Tennessee Current, North Atlantic Drift. Then friends, Equatorial Countercurrent, South Equatorial Current, West Australian Current, West Wind Drift, Augulias Current, so friends, these are the ocean currents. Now, moving to the next part. In this topic, we have covered the topic like water cycle. Then we have discussed about major seas, lakes, and rivers in the world, their important distribution of water bodies. Then we have discussed about ocean circulation, like waves, tides, and currents. March 22, we are celebrating as World Water Day. Then friends, we have discussed about waves, we discussed about tsunami in detail. Then we have also discussed about tides. Then ocean currents. Yes, now after this, we will move into the next part, that is natural vegetation and wildlife. Before that, dear friends, Unacademy is conducting Mega Combat on 8th August, morning 11 a.m. So friends, you can register yourself using link provided in the description box. So here are the 56 questions in 60 minutes. And friends, here is the chance to win amazing prizes and gifts like iPad mini, Apple AirPod, JBL speaker, Amazon vouchers, and much more. As per your performance and as per your ranks, you will get scholarships also. So friends, here is the scholarship from a pool of 4,000, sorry, 4 crore plus. So be ready and just reserve your schedule for 8th August morning 11 a.m. So friends, now we'll start with the natural vegetation and wildlife. So friends, so when we are talking about the land formation and vegetation in northern India, specifically in hill regions, like the deep jungles of the foothills, which comprise sal and teak. Yes. Now the picture of rhododendron. So like these flora is in northern hilly region. So friends, there is close relationship between height of land and the character of vegetation. And the character of vegetation. Now, with the change in height, the climate changes and that changes natural vegetation. The growth of vegetation, which depends on temperature and moisture, it also depends on factors like slope and thickness of soil. So, friends, the type and thickness of natural vegetation, which varies from place to place because the variation in the factors. Yes, the type and thickness of natural vegetation varies from place to place because the variation in these factors like slope and thickness of soil. Now, friends, natural vegetation is generally classified into three broad categories. One is forests, second is grasslands, and third one is shrubs. Now, friends, when we are talking about forests, which grow where temperature and rainfall are plentiful to support tree cover, that is depending upon these factors, dense and open forests are grown. So forests which grow where temperature and rainfall are plentiful to support a tree cover. And depending upon these factors, dense and open forests are grown. Then grasslands. Grasslands which grow in the region of moderate rain, and then shrubs. So thorny shrubs and scrubs grow in dry region. Now, Now, friends, we will discuss the vegetation in hilly areas. So, vegetation in different parts of different continents, like coniferous forest in the subpolar regions, conifers in deserts, then thick tropical hardwood forest in humid regions, and many more. So, friends, the changes in the type of natural vegetation, which occur mainly because of the changes of climatic conditions. Now, different types of natural vegetation of the world with their characteristic features and wildlife inhabiting there. Now, we'll discuss about the forests in detail. Now, friends, before that, the tropical evergreen forest in Brazil is so enormous that it is like the lungs of the earth. Now, friends, first of all, we'll discuss tropical evergreen forests. These forests are also called tropical rainforests. So, these thick forests occur in the regions near the equator and close to the tropics. Now, these regions are hot and receive heavy rainfall throughout the year. Yes, these regions are hot and receiving rainfall throughout the year. Yes, this is the heavy rainfall. Now, as there is no particular dry season, so the trees do not shed their leaves altogether. This is the reason they are called evergreen. The thick canopies of the closely spaced trees do not allow the sunlight to penetrate inside the forest, even in the daytime. So, hardwood trees like rosewood, then ebony, mahogany, are occurred in this tropical evergreen forest. So, friends, Tropical evergreen forests are also called tropical rainforests. These thick forests occur in the regions near the equator and close to the tropics. These regions are hot and receive heavy rainfall throughout the year. As there is no particular dry season, so the trees do not shed their leaves altogether. This is the reason they are called evergreen. So friends, the thick canopies of the closely spaced trees do not allow the sunlight to penetrate inside, and the forest even in the daytime. Yes, so this is the tropical evergreen forest. Now friends, next is tropical deciduous forest. Now, tropical deciduous forests. Now friends, these forests are called monsoon forests. The tropical deciduous forests are the monsoon forests found in large part of India, northern Australia, and Central America. So these regions experience seasonal changes, like trees shed their leaves in the dry season to conserve water. So the hardwood trees found in these forests like sal, teak, neem, shisham. So hardwood trees are extremely useful for making furniture, transport, and constructional materials. So in these tropical deciduous forests, like tigers, lions, elephants, then langurs and monkeys are the common animals in these regions. So these are the monsoon forests. That is tropical deciduous forests. These are, yes, tropical deciduous forests are the monsoon forests found in the large part of India, northern Australia, and in Central America. So these regions experience seasonal changes. Now, next is temperate evergreen forests. Yes, friends, hurry up. Now we'll discuss about the temperate evergreen forests. So, friends, the temperate evergreen forests are located in the mid latitudinal coastal region. They are commonly found along the eastern margin of the continents. Example, in southeast USA, then South China, and in southeast Brazil. So they comprise both hard and soft wood. So trees like oak, pine, eucalyptus, so temperate evergreen forests. Then friends, next type is temperate deciduous forests. Next is temperate deciduous forests. So friends, as we go towards higher latitudes, there are more temperate deciduous forests. So these are found in the northeastern part of USA, China, New Zealand, Chile, and also found in coastal regions of Western Europe. Now, friends, they shed their leaves in dry season. The common trees like oak, ash, and the animals example deer, foxes, wolves are commonly found, and also birds like pheasants, monals found in temperate deciduous forests. Now, after that, friends, we will see Mediterranean vegetation. Before that, just recap. We have studied about the forests, tropical evergreen forest, that is rainforest, tropical rainforest. Then tropical deciduous forests, which is known as monsoon forests. They are basically found in the parts of India, North Australia, Central America. In these areas, there is seasonal changes. Then temperate evergreen forests in the mid latitudinal coastal regions of Southeast USA, South China, and Southeast Brazil. Then temperate deciduous forests on higher latitudes like regions Northeast USA, China, New Zealand, Chile, coastal region of West Europe. Now, after that, friends, we'll discuss about Mediterranean vegetation. So, we have learnt the most of the east and northeast margins of the continents are covered by temperate evergreen forests. Yes, temperate evergreen and deciduous trees. Then the west and southwest margins of the continents are different. They have Mediterranean vegetation. Now, friends, yes, the west and southwest margins of the continents are different. They have Mediterranean vegetation. So it is mostly found in the areas around the Mediterranean Sea in Europe, then Africa, and Asia. Hence, the Mediterranean Sea, yes, hence the name is the Mediterranean vegetation. Now, this kind of vegetation is also found outside the actual Mediterranean region, that is in the California in USA, Southwest Africa, then Southwestern, yes, then South America, then Southwest Australia. So these regions are marked for hot, dry summers and mild, rainy winters. Now, friends, citrus fruits such as oranges, figs, olives, and grapes are commonly cultivated here because people have removed the natural vegetation in order to cultivate what they want to. So there is not much wildlife in these regions. So friends, Mediterranean trees adapt themselves to dry summers with the help of their thick barks and wax coated leaves, which help them reduce transpiration. Now, Mediterranean regions are known as orchards of the world. So, for their fruit cultivation, so this is Mediterranean vegetation. Now we'll see coniferous forests. Yes, coniferous forests. So, friends, in the higher latitudes, that is 50 degrees to 70 degrees of northern hemisphere, the spectacular coniferous forests are found. These are also called as taiga. These forests are also seen in the higher altitudes. These are the trees which, yes, found in Himalayas in abundance. So, friends, these trees are tall, softwood, evergreen trees. The woods of these trees are very useful for making pulp, and which is used for manufacturing paper and newsprint, matchboxes, and packing boxes. are also made from softwood. So, cheer pine cedar are the important variety of trees in these forests, and like animals, silver fox, mink, polar bear are the common animals found here. So friends, these forests also known as taiga, as we have discussed. So taiga means pure, untouched in the Russian language. Now after that we will discuss about the grasslands. So friends, tropical grasslands. These occur on either side of the equator and extend till tropics. This vegetation which grows in the areas of moderate to low amount of rainfall. The grass can grow very tall, so about 3 to 4 meters in height. So savanna grasslands of Africa are of the tropical grasslands. Now friends, elephants, zebras, giraffes, deer, leopards are common in tropical grasslands. So tropical grasslands occur on either side of the equator and extend till the tropics. This vegetation grows in areas of moderate to low amount of rainfall. The grass can grow very tall, about 3 to 4 meters. Yes, that is in height. And savanna grasslands of Africa of this type. Yes, like elephants, zebras, giraffes, deer, leopards are common in tropical grasslands. Sorry. Now we will discuss about temperate grasslands. So friends, temperate grasslands, these are found in the mid latitudinal zones and in the interior part of the continents. So usually grass here is short and nutritious. So wild buffaloes, bisons, antelopes, yes, bisons, antelopes are common in the temperate grasslands. Then thorny bushes, so friends, these are found in dry desert-like regions. Then tropical deserts are located on the western margins of the continents. The vegetation cover is scarce here because of scanty rain and scorching heat. So, like we can identify such regions, desert regions in the world map. So, friends, if we reach the polar region, we will find the place extremely cold. Yes, now we have covered the temperate grasslands and thorny bushes. Temperate grasslands are found in the mid latitudinal zones and in the interior part of the continents. Usually, grass here is short and nutritious. So, white buffaloes, bisons, antelopes are common in the temperate grasslands. Then, thorny bushes are found in the dry desert like regions and tropical deserts. Are located on the western margins of the continents. So friends, before that, grasslands are known by different names in different regions, like tropical grasslands. In East Africa, yes, the tropical grasslands, known as savanna in East Africa, campos in Brazil, then llanos in Venezuela, like temperate grasslands, known as pampas in Argentina, prairie in North America, veldt in South Africa, steppe in Central Asia, and down in Australia. So, friends, if we reach the polar region, we will find the place extremely cold and the growth of natural vegetation is very limited. Now, only mosses, lichens are very small shrubs are found in the polar regions. It grows during the very short summer and is called tundra. Yes, it's called tundra type of vegetation. So this vegetation is found in the polar areas of Europe, Asia, and North America. The animals have thick fur and thick skin to protect themselves from the cold climatic conditions like seal, walrus, polar bear, Arctic owl, musk oxen, and snow foxes are some of the animals found in tundra vegetation or in the tundra region. Now, now friends, like throughout the world, we observe that the people were cutting trees and clearing the forests. So the local people wanted their land for agriculture and settlement. So they cleared up the forests. So friends, if we will not conserve our natural resources, including forests, then friends, it leads to the depletion of our diversified flora and fauna. So we have to spread awareness about the importance of natural resources. including forest and natural water resources. Now, friends, after this, we will discuss about the human environment, that is settlement, transport, and communication. So, friends, in this NCRT itself, we have learned about the early human beings dependent entirely on nature for food. Yes, entirely dependent on nature for food, clothing, and shelter. But with the time, they learn new skills to grow food, build homes, and develop better means of transport and communication. So, this way, they modified the environment where they lived. So, friends, settlements are places where people build their homes. So, early human beings lived on trees and in caves. When they started to grow crops, it became necessary to have a permanent home. Now, the settlements grew near the river valleys. As water was available and land was fertile. Now, with the development of trade, commerce, and manufacturing, human settlements become larger. Then settlement flourished and civilization developed near river valleys. So, friends, there are civilizations or civilization grow along the banks of rivers like Indus, Tigris, Nile, and Honge. So, friends, settlements can be permanent or temporary. So, settlements which are occupied for a short time are called temporary settlements. So, the people living in deep forest, hot and cold deserts, and mountains often dwell in such temporary settlements. So, they practice hunting, gathering, shifting cultivation, and transhumance. However, more and more settlements today are permanent settlements. So, in these settlements, people built homes to live in. Now, see the picture of human settlement. So, the place where a building or a settlement develops is called its site. So, the natural conditions for selection of an ideal site are favorable climate, availability of water, suitable land, fertile soil. Now, transhumans, yes, as we discussed, the term shifting cultivation and transhumans. So, transhumans, it is a seasonal movement of people, people who rear animals move in search of new pastures according to changes in seasons. Now, see the picture of compact settlement, scattered settlement. So, friends, there are different types of settlements. One is rural, and another one is urban. Now, friends, the villages are rural settlement where people are engaged in activities like agriculture, fishing, forestry, craft work, and trading. Now, the rural settlements can be compact or scattered. A compact settlement is closely built area of dwellings. So, a compact settlement is a closely built area of dwellings. So, wherever flat land is available, so see, this is the compact settlement. Now, in a scattered settlement, dwellings are spread over an extensive area This type of settlement is mostly found in hilly tracts, thick forests, and regions of extreme climate. So, in rural areas, people build houses to suit their environment, whereas in regions of heavy rainfall, they have slanting roofs and places where water accumulates in the rainy season. The houses are constructed on the raised platform or stilts. So, thick mud walled houses with thatched roofs are very common in areas of hot climate. The local material like stones, mud, clay, straw, etc., are used to construct houses. Now, the towns are, yes, the towns are small and the cities are larger urban settlements. Towns are small and the cities are larger urban settlements. So, in urban areas, basically, people are engaged in manufacturing, trading, in services. So, friends, this is the information related to settlement. See, this is the scattered settlement in hilly thick forest, extreme climatic conditions areas. Now we will discuss about transport. So, friends, basically, transport is the means by which people and goods move. Yes, people and goods move. In the early days, it took a great deal of time to travel long distances. So people had to walk and use animals to carry their goods. Then invention of the wheel, which made transport easier. So with the passage of the time, different means of transport developed. But even today, people use animals for transport. Now, friends, now see the horse cart as mode of transportation. Now, friends, in our country, where donkeys, mules, bullocks, and camels are common, in the Andes Mountains of South America, llamas are used. Yes, as are yaks in Tibet. So the early traders from other countries used to take several months to reach India. They took either the sea route or the land route. So aeroplanes have made travel faster. Now it takes only 6 to 8 hours to travel from India to Europe. So modern means of transport, they save time and energy. Now, after that, there are the four major means of transport like roadways, railways, waterways, and airways. So, friends, there are four means of transport normally used worldwide. Now, first of all, we will discuss roadways in detail. Now, friends, roadways, the most commonly used means of transport, especially for short distances, are roads. So, they can be metal, that is the pakka, and unmetal, that is ketchup. So, the plains have a dense network of roads, and roads have also been built in terrains like deserts, forests, and even high mountains. So Manali Leh highways, yes, Manali Leh highway in the Himalayan mountains is one of the highest roadways in the world. So Manali Leh Highway in the Himalayan mountains is one of the highest roadways in the world. The roads built underground are called subways or underpath. Their flyovers are built for raised structures. Now, friends, these are the roadways, that is the mode of transportation. So, most commonly used means of transport, especially the short distances, are roads. So, there are metalled and unmetalled road. The plains have a dense network of roads. Roads have also been built in terrains like deserts, forests, and even high mountains. So Manali Leh Highway in the Himalayan mountain is one of the highest roadways in the world. Now roads built underground are called subways or underpath, whereas flyovers are built over raised structures. Now, after roadways, friends, we will discuss next means of transportation, that is railways. And before that, friends, just for the information, there are several national and state highways in India. Yes, we are discussing about roadways part. There are several national and state highways in India. The latest development in India is construction of expressways. The Golden Quadrilateral connects Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Kolkata. Now, friends, we'll discuss about railways. So, friends, the railways carry heavy goods and people over long distances quickly and cheaply. So, the invention of the steam engine and the industrial revolution helped in speedy development of rail transportation. I hope all of you are aware about this steam engine. Basically, now in old movies or the movies before decades, there is the use of steam engines or the shoot in the area where these steam engines or trains moving. Now, friends, diesel and electric engines have largely replaced the steam engines. Yes, is replaced by the diesel and electric engines. Now, they have largely, yes. So, in places, super fast trains have been introduced to make the journey faster. So, the railway network is well developed over the plain areas. Now, advanced technological skills have enabled laying of railway lines in difficult mountain terrains. Yes, but these are much fewer in number. And Indian railway network is well developed. So it is the largest in Asia. Now, friends, the train from Xining to Lhasa runs an altitude of 4,000 meters above sea level, and the highest point is 5,072 meters. Yes, the train from Xining to Lhasa. Now, friends, this is all about the railways. Now, see, here is a Trans-Siberian Railway, which is the longest railway system, which connecting St. Petersburg in Western Russia to Vladivostok on the Pacific coast, like from this place to this place. Trans-Siberian Railway. Now, friends, after the railways, we will discuss about waterways. Now, friends, we have already learned that since early days, waterways were used for transportation. So, waterways are the cheapest for carrying heavy and bulky goods over long distances. They are mainly of two types, like inland waterways and sea routes. So, friends, Navigable rivers and lakes are used as inland waterways. So, navigable rivers and lakes are used for inland waterways like some important inland waterways are Ganga Brahmaputra river system, the Great Lakes in North America, and the River Nile in Africa. Then sea routes and oceanic routes are mostly used for transporting merchandise and goods from one country to another. These routes are connected with ports. Some of the important ports of the world are like Singapore, Mumbai in Asia, like New York, Los Angeles in North America, then Rio de Janeiro in South America, and Cape Town in Africa, then Sydney in Australia, London and Rotterdam in Europe. So, friends, these are the some important ports in the world. Yes, so it's all about the waterways. Now, moving to the next part. Next is airways. Now, friends, this is the fastest way of transport developed in early 20th century. It is also the most expensive due to, yes, the airways is the fastest way of transport which developed in the early 20th century. It is also most expensive due to high cost of fuels. Air traffic is adversely affected by bad weather like fog and storms. It is the only mode of transport to reach the most remote and distant areas, especially where there are no roads and railways. So helicopters are extremely useful in most inaccessible areas and in time of calamities for rescuing people and distributing food, water, clothes, and medicines. So, some of the important airports are Delhi, Mumbai, New York, London, Paris, then Frankfurt, and Cairo. So, friends, this is the mode of transportation, that is the airways. Now, moving to the next part, that is communication. Now, next, we will discuss about communication. So, friends, after the transportation, now we'll see communication. So, friends, communication is the process of conveying messages to others. So, with the development of technology, humans have devised new and fast modes of communication. So, the advancement in the field of communication has brought about an information revolution in the world. Now, different modes of communication are used to provide information, to educate, as well as to entertain. Now, through newspapers, radio, and television, we can communicate with large number of people. So these are called mass media. the satellites have made communication even faster. Yes, satellites have made communication even faster. So satellites have helped in oil exploration, survey of forest, and disaster warning. Now, we can send electronic mails or emails through internet, then wireless telephonic communication through cellular phones have become very popular today. So internet not only provides us with worldwide information and interaction, but has also made our lives more comfortable. Now we can reserve tickets for railways, airways, and even cinemas and hotels. So all these facilities sitting at home. So friends, with this kind of interconnectivity of people, services, and institutions across the world, so we are a large global society. Yes. So this is the communications. Yes, the communication is the process of conveying messages to others, and with the development of technology, humans have devised new and fast modes of communication. Now, see, in ancient and historic times, with the help of human beings, they carry on messages. Then, after that, words, like they are works as messenger. Then, after that, the postman, so the Indian Post. Then, after that, the newspaper, television, radio. These are the mass media routes, or we can say mass media messengers. So these are the communication platforms. Then the satellites have helped in oil exploration and also communication faster. Then they are helping us to find out the weather forecast, disaster warning. Now, the era of email, that is electronic mails, to internet. So, friends, this way, the basically internet, which provides us worldwide information, interaction, and also make our lives more comfortable. So we can reserve tickets like for railways, airways, even cinemas, and hotels sitting at home. So this, we can say, revolution in the world, or the technological world. Now, also the interconnectivity of people throughout the globe, services and institutions. So it's, we can say, we are a large global society. Now, friends, see the major seaports and airports as we have discussed earlier. These are given in the map. So these are the ports, major seaports. See, here is Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai. These are the important ports. As we know, friends, the Suez Canal, which is, we can say, the shortest route to reach Europe, as there was recently news of the block, the obstacle in Suez Canal due to one vessel was trapped there. So there are made air routes and sea routes. So air routes shown in red lines, like see, from New Delhi to Moscow. Yes, I'll just mark out this airways with the yellow marker. So see, the New Delhi to Moscow airway, then New Delhi to, or we can say Mumbai, London, or Mumbai, Mauritius, then New Delhi to Tokyo. So these are the major seaports and airports. So friends, basically in this chapter, human environment, settlement, transport, and communication, we have discussed first of all, we discuss about the settlements, like permanent and temporary settlement. So friends, settlement which are for a short time are called temporary settlement. Yes, temporary settlements. So the people living in deep forests, hot and cold deserts, and mountains often dwell in such temporary settlements. Then, after that, more and more settlements today are permanent settlements. In these settlements, people build homes to live in permanent settlements. Then we have discussed about the urban and rural settlements, how it's differentiated from one another. Like in towns, yes, in urban settlements, the towns and cities. The towns are small and the cities are larger urban settlements. So in urban areas, the people are engaged in manufacturing, trading, and service industries. Whereas in the rural areas, people are engaged in agriculture, allied businesses, also trading, and we can say unskilled or other types of works, domestic works, even fishing. So, friends, then we have started with the transport, where we have discussed about the four main components, or we can say four major means of transport, like roadways, railways, waterways, and airways. So, in India, we are talking about national and state highways. Like we have also discussed about the Golden Quadrilateral, which connects Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Kolkata. Then we have discussed about railways, then waterways, like inland waterways and sea or ocean routes, then airways, and after that, we have discussed about communication. So, friends, that's it for this topic. Now, moving to the next part, that is human environment interactions. So, the tropical and the subtropical region. Yes, human environment interactions, the tropical and subtropical region. So, friends, when we are talking about internationally, the people lived in different parts of the world with different traditions and customs and the lifestyle. Now, we will see the life of people in the different natural regions of the world. So friends, first of all, we'll start with the, let's now see the people from various parts of the world. Now see, first of all, we'll discuss life in the Amazon basin. So friends, before learning about the Amazon basin, let us look at the map. So see the tropical region which lies very close to the equator. So friends, this is the equator. So the tropical region lies very close to the equator between 10 degrees north to the 10 degrees south. So it is referred as equatorial region. Now, friends, the river Amazon, which flows through this region in equatorial region, the river, yes, so it flows from the mountains to the west and reaches in the Atlantic Ocean to the east. It flows from the mountains to the west and reaches the Atlantic Ocean to the east. Now, friends, the place where a river flows into another body or the another body of water is called river's mouth, as we have discussed today itself. So numerous tributaries join Amazon River to form the Amazon basin. So the river basin drains portion of Brazil, then parts of Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, and small parts of small part of Venezuela. Now see, so friends, what happened when the Spanish explorer discovered the Amazon River? They were attacked by a group of local people or local tribes wearing headgears and grass shirts. Yes, grass skirts. These people reminded them of the fierce tribes of women warriors known in ancient Roman Empire as the Amazons. Hence, the name Amazon. Now, see the map. As we discuss about tributaries, so tributaries, these are small rivers that join the main river, and the main river, along with all its tributaries, that drain an area which forms a river basin or the catchment area. So the Amazon basin is largest river basin in the world. Largest river basin in the world. Now we will discuss the climate of this region. So friends, as we know, the Amazon basin stretches directly on the equator and is characterized by hot and wet climate. Yes, the hot and wet climate throughout the year. So both day and nights are almost equally hot and humid. So the skin feels sticky. It rains almost every day, that without much warning. Now, the day temperatures are high with very high humidity. So at the night, the temperature goes down, but the humidity remains high. Now, this is the climate, the Amazon basin. Now, when we are talking about rainforest, so friends, as it rains heavily in this region, so thick forests grow, and the forests are in fact so thick that dense roof created by leaves and branches does not allow the sunlight to reach the ground. So the ground remains dark and damp. Only shade tolerant vegetation may grow here. So we can say in this rainforest, orchids, bromeliads grow as plant parasites. So the rainforest is rich in fauna. So birds such as toucans, then hummingbirds, bird of paradise with their brilliantly colored plumage, oversized, oversized bills for eating make them different from birds we commonly see in India. So, friends, these birds also make loud sounds in the forests. So, animals like monkeys, sloth, and ant-eating tapirs are found here, and various species like reptiles and snakes also thrive in these jungles. Now, crocodile, snakes, python abound. Then anaconda and boa constrictor are some of these species. So beside the basin is home to thousands of species of insects, several species of fishes including the flesh-eating piranha fish is also found in the river. This basin is thus extraordinarily rich in variety of life found there. So then the people of the rainforests. So friends, here the bromeliads are spatial plants. Yes, bromeliads are spatial plants that store water in their leaves. Store water in their leaves. So animals like frogs use these pockets of water for laying their eggs. So bromeliads are spatial plants that store water in their leaves. Now friends, after that we will discuss about the people of the rainforest. Yes, the people of the rainforest. Now, people grow most of their food in small areas after clearing some trees in the forest. So while men hunt and fish along the rivers, women take care of crops. So they mainly grow the plants, yeah, or we can say they mainly grow tapioca, pineapple, sweet potato. So as hunting and fishing are uncertain, so it is the women who keep their families alive by feeding them the vegetables they grow. So friends, they practice slash and burn agriculture. The staple food is manioc, also known as cassava that grows under the ground like the potato. Now, they also eat queen ants and egg sacs. They have cash crops like coffee, maize, and cocoa. Coffee, maize, and cocoa. These are the cash crops. So, friends, the rainforests provide a lot of wood for the houses. Some families live in thatched houses shaped like beehives. So, there are other large apartment like houses called maloka. Yes, the maloka with a steeply slanting roof. So, life of the people in the Amazon basin is slowly changing. In the older days, the herd of the forest could be reached only by navigating the river. But in 1970, the Trans Amazon Highway made all parts of the rainforest accessible. Aircrafts and helicopters are also used for reaching various places. The indigenous population was pushed out from the area and forced to settle in new areas where they continued to practice their distinctive way of farming. So, friends, as we have discussed, the slash and burn agriculture is a way of cultivating land where farmers clear a piece of land by slashing or cutting down trees and bushes. These are then burnt for which release the nutrients into the soil. Now crops are grown in these cleared field for a few years. So after repeatedly using the patch of land, the soil loses its nutrients. So it is abundant. So then they clear another plot of land to plant. So in the meantime, young trees grow in the old field. In this way, soil fertility is restored and people can then return to it and start cultivating it again. So we can say the developmental activities are leading to the gradual destruction of forests. Yes, that is the destruction of biologically diverse rainforests. So it is estimated that a large area of the rainforest has been disappearing annually in the Amazon basin. Now, friends, we can see that this destruction of forest has much wider implication. See the diagram is there, gradual destruction of forests. So the topsoil is washed. Yes, the topsoil is washed away as the rainfall and the lush forest turns into barren landscape. So this is the we have discussed the life in the Amazon basin. Now moving to the next part, life in the Ganga Brahmaputra basin. I hope now you will feel connected with our country. As earlier we have discussed about Amazon River Basin or life in the Amazon River Basin. Now, friends, many of you are aware about the life in the Ganga Brahmaputra Basin. So, friends, the tributaries of rivers Ganga and Brahmaputra, which together form the Ganga Brahmaputra Basin, yes, is in the Indian subcontinent. So, the basin lies in the subtropical region that is situated between 10 degrees north to 30 degrees north. Yes, at the global map, we can see the area which is situated between 10 degrees north, 30 degrees north. Now, yes, 10 degrees north to 30 degrees north on latitudes. So, the tributaries of the river, yes, the tributaries of the river Ganga, like Ghagra, Stan, Chambal, and the Gandak, Kosi, and the tributaries of Brahmaputra. So, the tributaries of Brahmaputra drain it. Now, friends, we'll see the tributaries of Brahmaputra. So, there are number of tributaries of the Brahmaputra like Zaidal, yes, Zaidal, Subansiri, then Siam, coming that Jizabari in Assam, then Dhanishri, yes, Dhansiri, then like Puthimari, Manas, Pagaldia, Champavati, Saralbhanga, E and Sankosh, whereas the South Bank tributaries like Nodihang, Dibang, Dikho, Dhansiri South, the Kopil, Digaru, Dundai and Krishnai. So friends, these are the some tributaries of Brahmaputra. Now, the plains of the Ganga and the Brahmaputra, the mountains and the foothills of Himalayas and the Sundarbans Delta are the main features of this basin. Yes, the main features of this basin is the mountains, then foothills of Himalayas, then Sundarbans, yes, Sundarban Delta. Now, friends, these are the main features of the Ganga Brahmaputra basin. So, the area is dominated by monsoon climate. The monsoon brings rains from mid June to mid September. So, the summers are hot and the winter is cool. Now, see the Ganga Brahmaputra basin in the given map. So, the basin area has variety or varied topography. The environment plays a dominant role in the distribution of the population. The mountains, the mountain area with steep slopes have inhospitable terrain. Therefore, less number of people live in the mountain area of the Ganga Brahmaputra basin. Now, the plain area provides the most suitable land for human habitation, where the soil is fertile. So, agriculture is the main occupation of the people, where flat land is available to grow crops. Now, the density of population now the density of population of the plains is very high, and the main crop is paddy. See the paddy cultivation. So main crop is paddy. Since cultivation of paddy requires sufficient water, it is grown in the areas where the amount of rainfall is high. Then, along with paddy, the wheat, maize, sorghum, gram, millets are other crops that are true. So, cash crops like sugarcane and jute are also grown in this Ganga Brahmaputra basin. Now, friends, banana plantation are seen in some areas of the plain. So, in West Bengal and Assam, tea is grown in plantations. Either tea garden in Assam. Now, silk is produced through the cultivation of silkworms in parts of Bihar and Assam. Then, in the mountains and hills, where the slopes are gentle, so crops are grown on terraces. As I hope, friends, you are aware about terrace farming. So, the vegetation cover of the area varies according to the type of landforms. So, in the Ganga and Brahmaputra plain, the tropical deciduous trees grow. So, along with like teak, sal, people, so thick bamboo grows are common in the Brahmaputra plain. So, the delta area is covered with the mangrove forests. So, delta area which covered with the mangrove forests. So, in parts of Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and Arunachal Pradesh, coniferous trees like pine, devdar, where coniferous trees like pine, devdar, and fir can be seen because the climate is cool and the slopes are steep. So there are variety of wildlife in the basin: elephants, tigers, deer, and monkeys are common. So the one-horned rhinoceros is found in the Brahmaputra plain. In delta area, Bengal tiger, crocodiles, and alligator are found. So aquatic life abounds in the fresh river waters. So the lake and the Bay of Bengal Sea. Yes. So the most popular varieties of the fish are the rohu, katla, and hilsa. So fish and rice is the staple diet of the people living in the area. So friends, as we are talking about population density in this area, it means a number of persons that live in 1 square kilometer. Yes, the number of persons that live in 1 square kilometer of area. So the population density of Uttarakhand is 189, while the density of West Bengal is 1029. The Bihar is 1102. So friends, this is the population density. Then when we are talking about the terrace farming, so terraces are built on steep slopes to create flat surfaces on which crops are grown. The slope is removed so that water does not run off rapidly. So the terrace farming, then friends, in the fresh water of river Ganga and river Brahmaputra, the variety of dolphin, locally called susu, yes, called blind dolphin, is found. So the presence of this susu is an indication of the health of the river. So the untreated industrial and urban waste with high amount of chemicals are killing these species. Now, friends, now we'll see the lake, a source of livelihood. So this is the case study discussed here. So friends, a fisherman named Vinod who is living in the Matwali Mon village of Bihar. So he is happy man today. The efforts of the fellow fishermen. He cleaned the Mon and Oxbow Lake to cultivate different varieties of fish. So the local wheat that grows in the lake is the food of the fish. The land around the lake is fertile. So he sows crops such as paddy, maize, and pulses in these fields. So the buffalo is used to plough the land, and the community is satisfied. So there is enough fish catch from the river. So enough fish to eat and enough fish to sell in the market. So they have even begun supply to the neighboring town, and the community is living in harmony with nature. So as long as pollutants from nearby towns do not find their way to the lake waters, the fish cultivation will not face any threat. So this is the case study is also given. Now friends, the Ganga Brahmaputra plain has several big towns and cities like the cities of Allahabad, Kanpur, Varanasi, Lucknow, Patna, and Kolkata, all with the population of more than 10 lakhs, are located along the river Ganga. The industries, yes, so the wastewater from these towns and industries is discharged into the rivers. So this leads to pollution of the rivers. So all the four ways of transport are well developed in Ganga Brahmaputra basin. So in the plain areas, the roadways and railway transport, the people from one place to another. Yes, in plain areas, the roadways and railways transport, the people from one place to another. So the waterways is an effective means of transport, particularly along the rivers. So Calcutta is an important port on the river Hooghly. The plain area also has a large number of airports. So friends, tourism is another important activity of the basin. So Taj Mahal on the banks of the river Yamuna, which is in Agra, Allahabad on the confluence of the rivers Ganga and Yamuna. So there are Buddhist stupas in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. So Lucknow with its Imambara, Assam with Kaziranga and Manas with wildlife sanctuaries, and Arunachal Pradesh with distinct tribal culture are some of the places worth a visit. So friends, this is about the Ganga Brahmaputra basin. So we have studied about again the climate, then people in the basin, and also like forests, or we can say the forest types in the region. Now, moving to the next part, that is the life in the deserts. So friends, now we'll see the life in the deserts. So in this NCRT, we have seen that water means life to plants, animals, and people. Now, it is difficult for anyone to live in places where there is no water to drink and where there is no grass for their cattle to feed. Yes, cattle to feed on, and where there is no water to help the crops to grow. Now, now we will discuss the places in the world. Yes, now we'll learn about the places in the world where people have learned to cope up with these extreme harsh temperatures. In some places, as hot as fire, and some as cold as ice. So these are the desert areas of the world. So these are characterized by low rainfall, scanty vegetation, and extreme temperatures. Now, friends, so depending on the temperature, yes, depending on the temperatures, there can be hot deserts or cold deserts. So the people inhabit these lands where little water is available to practice agriculture. Now, the word desert or deserts. So, friends, desert is an arid region characterized by extremely high or low temperatures and has scarce vegetation. So, desert is the arid region characterized extremely high or low temperatures and scarcity vegetation. Now, first of all, we'll see the hot desert Sahara. Now, friends, you can see the map of world and the continent of Africa. So you can locate the Sahara Desert. which covering a large part of North Africa. So it is the world's largest desert. It has an area of around 8.54 million, 8.54 million square kilometer. So friends, India has an area of 3.2 million square kilometer. Now understand how the area is largest. So the Sahara Desert, which touches 11 countries, these are Algeria, then Chad, Egypt, Libya, Mali, then Mauritania, then Morocco, Niger, Sudan, then Tunisia, and Western Sahara. So these are the 11 countries where the Sahara Desert touches in Africa. Now, friends, when we think of a desert, so the picture that immediately comes to our mind that is of sand. But beside the vast stretches of sand, the Sahara Desert is covered with. There are also gravel plains and elevated plateau. Elevated plateaus with bare rocky surface. So friends, these rocky surface may be more than 2,500 meter high at some places. So see the Sahara Desert in picture. Yes, now see the Sahara in Africa. Now, friends, the additional information that you will be surprised to know that present day Sahara once used to be lush green plain. So cave paintings in Sahara Desert show that there used to be rivers and with crocodiles, elephants, lions, giraffe, ostrich, sheep, cattle, and goats were common animals. So, with the change in climate, the change in climate has changed it to very hot and dry region. So now we'll see the climate. So friends, the climate of Sahara Desert is scorching hot and parched dry. So it has a short rainy season. So the sky is cloudless and clear. So here the moisture evaporates faster than it accumulates. So days are unbelievable hot. So the temperature during the day may soar as high as 50 degrees Celsius. So heating up the sand and the bare rocks, so which in turn radiates heat, making everything around hot. So the nights may be freezing cold with temperatures nearing 0 degrees Celsius. Now see the variables or the change in the climate in Sahara Desert. Then when we are talking about flora and fauna. Now friends, the vegetation in the Sahara Desert, which includes cactus, date palms, and acacia. In some places, there are oases. Green islands with date palms surrounding them. Now, camels, hens, jackals, foxes, scorpions. So, many varieties of snakes and lizards are the prominent animal species living in Sahara Desert. Now, oasis in the Sahara Desert, the picture is showing that. Now, friends, will discuss about people. Now, Sahara Desert, despite its harsh climate, has been inhabited, yes, inhabited by various groups of people who pursue different activities. Among them are the Bedouins and Tuaregs. These groups are nomadic tribes. Nomadic tribes rearing livestock such as goats, sheep, camels, and horses. So these animals provide them with milk, hides from which they make leather for belts, sleepers, water bottles. So hair is used for mats, carpets, cloths, and blankets. So they wear heavy ropes as protection against dust storm and hot winds. So the oasis in the Sahara and the Nile Valley in Egypt support settled population. Since water is available, the people grow date palms. See the pictures of date palm. So crops such as rice, wheat, barley, and beans are grown. So Egyptians, yes, Egyptian cotton, famous worldwide, is grown in Egypt. So the discovery of oil, a product in great demand throughout the world. So in Algeria, Libya, and Egypt is constantly transforming the Sahara Desert, whereas other minerals of importance that are found in the area include iron, phosphorus, manganese, and uranium. So the cultural landscape of the Sahara is undergoing change. Gleaming glass sees office buildings tower over mosques and superhighways crisscross the ancient camel path. So trucks are replacing camels in salt trade. Turkeys are seen acting as guides to foreign tourists. So more and more nomadic herdsmen are taking to city life, finding jobs in oil and gas operations. Now, friends, like depressions are formed when the wind blows away the sand. So, in the depression where underground water reaches to the surface, then oasis is formed. So, when underground water reaches the surface, an oasis is formed. So, these areas are fertile. People may settle around these water bodies and grow date palms and other crops. So sometimes the oasis may be abnormally large. So affiliate oasis in Morocco, affiliate oasis in Morocco is a large oasis with an area of about 30,000 square kilometer. Now, after that, after the Sahara Desert, now we'll see the cold desert, Ladakh. So, friends, first of all, we'll see the origin of the word Ladakh. So, friends, Ladakh is made up of two words, that is La, which meaning mountain. Yes, mountain pass. Second is Da, which meaning country. And La means mountain pass. Yes, Ladakh. La means mountain pass, whereas Da means country. So Ladakh is word formed with these two words. Now, friends, Ladakh is a cold desert which lying in the Great Himalayas. So, on the eastern side of Jammu and Kashmir, now see the Ladakh. Now, friends, the Karakoram range in the north and the Zanskar mountains in the south enclose it. So, the Karakoram range in the north and the Zanskar mountain in the south enclose the region Ladakh. So, several rivers which flow through Ladakh, like Indus being the most important among them. Now, the rivers from deep valleys and gorges. Several glaciers are found in Ladakh, like Gangri Glacier, Gangri Glacier. Then the altitude in Ladakh, which varies from 3,000 meter in Kargil to more than 8,000 meter in Karakoram. Now, due to its high altitude, the climate is extremely cold and dry. The air at this altitude is so thin that the heat of the sun can be felt intensely. Yes, the air at this altitude is so thin that the heat of the sun can be felt intensely. So, the day temperatures in summer are just above 0 degree and the night temperature, which well below minus 30 degrees Celsius. So, it is freezing cold in the winters when temperatures may remain below minus 40 degrees Celsius for most of the time. So, as it lies in the rain shadow of the Himalayas, yes, rain shadows of the Himalayas, there is little rainfall as low as 10 centimeter every year. So the area experiences freezing winds and burning hot sunlight. So we will be surprised to know that if we sit in the sun with your feet in the shade, you may suffer from both sunstroke and frostbite at the same time. So when we are talking about flora and fauna of the region, so friends, due to high aridity, the vegetation is sparse. So there are scanty patches of grasses and shrubs. For animals to graze, groves of willows and poplars are seen in the valleys. Groves of willows and poplars are seen in the valleys. So during the summers, fruit trees such as apples, apricots, and walnuts bloom. So several species of birds are sighted in Ladakh: robins, redstarts, Tibetan snowcock, raven, and hope are common. So some of these are migratory birds. The animals of Ladakh are wild goats, then wild sheep, yak, and special kinds of dogs. The animals are reared to provide for the milk, meat, and hides. So yak's milk is used to make cheese and butter. The hair of the sheep and goat is used to make woolens. Now, friends, when we are talking about the people, now resemblance between the people of the Ladakh and the inhabitants of Tibet. So the people here are either Muslims or Buddhists. So in fact, several Buddhist monasteries, yes, monastery, monasteries dot the Ladakhi landscape with their traditional gompas. So some famous monasteries are Hemis, Tikse, Che, and Lamayuru. So, friends, when you will visit the area, do not forget to visit these monasteries. There is one monastery in Leh city also, and Tikse is nearby that city, and She is also there. So, friends, do not forget to visit these monasteries. Now, when we are talking about the summer season, friends, people are busy cultivating barley, potatoes, peas, beans, and turnip. So the climate in winter or the winter months is so harsh that people keep themselves engaged in festivities and ceremonies. So the women are very hardworking. They work not only in the house and the fields but also manage small business and shops. So Leh, the capital of Ladakh, is well connected both by road and air. So the National Highway 1A, which connects Leh to Kashmir, so valley through Zojila Pass. Now, friends, Ladakh, as we have discussed the word, like the two words La and Da. Like this, friends, Dras, one of the coldest inhabited places on the earth, which is located in Ladakh. Dras. So now, friends, Ladakh is also known as Hapachan, which means snowland. Ladakh, which is also known as Hapachan, which means snowland. So, friends, the churu or the Tibetan antelope is an endangered species. It is hunted for its wool, known as shahatosh, which is light in weight and extremely warm. So, the Tibetan antelope is an endangered species. Now, friends, the finest cricket bats, which are made from the wood of the willow trees. So, willow trees are found in the Ladakh region. Now, when we are talking about this area, where the tourism is major activity with several tourists streaming in from within India and abroad. Visits to Gompas treks, Gompas treks to see the meadows and glaciers, which witnessing ceremonies and festivities are important activities. So life of people is undergoing, yes, life of people is undergoing change due to modernization. But the people of Ladakh have, over the centuries, learned to live in balance and harmony with nature. So, due to scarcity of resources like water and fuel, they are used with reverence and care. So, nothing is discarded or wasted there. So, friends, the Manali Leh Highway, which crosses four passes, which is Rohtangla, Paralachala, Lungalachala, Thanglangla. So the highway opens only between July and September when snow is cleared from the road. Now, friends, this is all about the cold desert Ladakh. Now, friends, do not forget to download Unacademy app. You can also follow me on Unacademy app. So, friends, there are a number of benefits with spatial classes. So you can boost up your preparation. So do not forget to use code RBI Live to watch recorded spatial classes and upcoming spatial classes on Unacademy app. Friends, Unacademy is also providing number of benefits with UPSC CSE subscription, so where you will get like live batches, test series for mains prelims, study material, optional batches. So all these benefits, which worth around 2.3 lakh, you will get in discounted price, that is 57.5 thousand. Yes, 57.5K. Now, friends, do not forget to join the UPSC CSE subscriptions before 31st July. Now, friends, 1st August onwards, there will be price hike on all subscriptions. So, friends, in CSE Azure, we are providing, like those aspirants will opt for 2 year subscription. But due to some reasons, they are not able to qualify the examination. Then will provide 1 year extension or extended validity of subscription, so they can continue their preparation. Yes, friends, there is mentorship week between 29 July to 4th August, where you can pay only 2000 rupees to get optional guidance worth rupees 27,500 rupees. Along with that, you can Get yourself an expert mentor to guide you in UPSC CSE preparation. So friends, you can also participate in this. There are huge discount on combo subscription. Like friends, we are providing huge discount on combo subscription, which is approx 45% discount. Here also you can use code RBI Life or SPRBI10 to get referral code discount. Now friends, with the 1 year and above combo subscription, we are providing free test series for optional till 4th August. So in this test series, we will cover 16 sectional and 5 full length tests. Yes friends, in Maha subscription offer, you'll get extended validity, which means for the 1 year subscription, you will get validity till Mains 2022. And for the 2 year subscription, you will get validity till Mains 2023. In UPSC Comprehensive Test Series, friends, we will cover topic-wise sectional and full-length tests. So there are 80 tests every year, like 30 tests for mains and 50 for preliminary examination. So this test series worth rupees 30,000 you will get absolutely free with 1 year and above subscription. Yes, as we have discussed earlier about no cost EMI benefit. Excuse me, friends. So you can apply for the loan or no cost EMI benefit using the link given in description box. So you will get the benefits like loan facility for UPSC CSE preparation and no cost EMI benefit. Now, we are also providing study material that is 20 books in hard copy worth rupees 10,000 absolutely free with 1 year subscription and onwards. Yes, friends, you can use referral code RBI Live to get 10% discount, which means for the 1 year of plus course, you have to pay only 44,550 rupees. And for the 1 year of iconic subscription, you have to pay 67,050 rupees only. You can also avail discount on optional subscription. So friends, we are going to start new batches from 4th August. Like we have booster MCQ batches, 1 year, 2 year batches, and also Tamil batches for UPSC CSE preparation. So as per your convenience, friends, you can join these batches. Yes, in free test series, we will cover complete general studies and current affairs part. So you can use code RBI Live to unlock the test. Now friends, today we have covered, or the 2 sessions we have covered, the environment inside our earth, our changing earth, air, water, natural vegetation and wildlife, then human environment interactions, that is the tropical and subtropical region, and then life in deserts. So friends, this way we have covered class 7th NCRT our environment. If you have any suggestions, any feedback, you can join our Telegram group. Even you can ask the queries on that group. Friends, like we have covered all these topics in detail, that is between the lines, or we can say we have covered all those things in detail. If you have any queries, please contact us. You can contact me to Telegram group. So we will solve your queries. So friends, do not forget to revise, and also you can make short notes, as we have covered these topics in comparatively much slow pace, so which will help you to make notes, and it will help you in the revision part as well. So friends, this will take recap what we have covered in short. So friends, in basically environment, we have covered the topics. I'll just repeat the topics we have covered. Now friends, in first topic, environment, we have discussed about the basic things like components of environment, like natural, human made. Then we discuss about the natural environment, where we'll cover the atmosphere, then hydrosphere, biosphere, lithosphere. Then friends, we have also covered the ecosystem, then we discuss about human environment, then inside our earth we have discussed about the interior of the earth, yes, interior of the earth. Then we have discussed about continental crust, oceanic crust, and other parts. Then we have discussed about rocks and minerals. Then friends, we also covered the igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic rocks in details. Then also we have discussed about rock cycle. Then we discuss about our changing earth, where friends, we have covered like lithospheric plates, basically earth movements, like endogenic forces, exogenic forces. Then volcano we have discussed. Then origin of earthquake. Then we have also discussed about major landforms. Like work of a river, work of a water. Yes. Then work of sea waves, work of wind. Then we discuss about the air topic, where we have discussed about composition of the atmosphere. Then we discuss about structure of the atmosphere. And friends, like in structure, we have discussed about troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere. Then we have discussed about the weather and climate. We have discussed about temperature, air pressure, wind. Then cyclone, pressure belts and wind system we have also discussed. Then cyclone, moisture we have discussed. Then friends, we have studied after that water. Now, where we have studied about water cycle, then distribution of water bodies, then ocean circulation, waves, tides, then ocean currents, then we have covered the ocean currents through maps also. Then natural vegetation and wildlife. Where we have discussed about the main classification of these categories like forests, grasslands, and shrubs. Then in forest, we have discussed about tropical evergreen forests, then tropical deciduous forests, temperate evergreen forests, then temperate deciduous forests, Mediterranean forests or vegetation, yes, Mediterranean vegetation, Then grasslands we have discussed in details. So friends, after that, we have covered human environment, settlement, transport, and communication in detail, like permanent and temporary settlement, then transport, roadways, airways, railways, then communication we have discussed in detail. Then next we have covered the human environment interaction and the tropical and subtropical region. So friends, here we have discussed about the people and life in the Amazon basin, life in the Ganga Brahmaputra basin. That we have covered life in the deserts. So friends, deserts is our, yeah, is the region that is the arid region with extremely high and low temperatures. So there is scarce vegetation. So we have discussed about the hot desert, Sahara, and then we have also discussed the cold desert, Ladakh. So friends, this way we have covered the complete class 7th NCRT-R environment. Now friends, see you in the next lecture with a new topic. Till the time, you can revise what we have covered. Friends, do not forget to watch free classes on Unacademy app. You can also like, share, and subscribe Unacademy videos. So see you in the next lecture with new marathon series. Till the time, keep studying, keep revising. All the best. Take care.